We're back. Do we need an intervention? Is it time? This is my completed file that we did for 10 years of Resident Evil. So we have Dreamcast Battle Game.
Resident Evil.
Honestly, the thing with today was like, I don't want to do anything super in-depth because I've got some drinks that I would like to drink and potentially get less coherent. So I need something that I can just play without really thinking too much about it. And so it's like, what can I do? I did Symphony of the Night recently. I don't feel like doing Super Mario World. Dawn of Sorrow would be nice, but I want to actually give that the time and attention it deserves. A racing game? No. RE3, but we did that recently. So I settled on Code Veronica. It's Code Veronica. No, DMC2 we're doing together, Ninja. We're gonna do DMC2 together. After that, I might do DMC2 runs on my own whenever, but I don't want to be repeating myself when we do DMC2 together.
Resident Evil.
So it's us to do Devil May Cry 2. Down, 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 down. Yeah, down, 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 down.
Resident Evil.
So how you guys doing?
The American Midwestern town, Raccoon City, has been completely decimated due to the T-virus outbreak that was instigated by the international corporation Umbrella.
A cycle run of what, Devil May Cry 2?
Claire Redfield, who arrived in Raccoon City to search for her lost brother Chris, and a rookie police officer,
Just made lunch.
Leon S. Kennedy, managed to escape from the city.
I was debating Sonic
But
Adventure.
their ordeal was only a prelude of things to come.
What's that, the knife only?
3 months
Goddamn
later.
Flame. Goddamn Flame.
Your identification number is WKD 4496. Welcome to your new home.
Her name is Claire Redfield. We caught her trespassing in our Paris lab facility 10 days ago. She apparently infiltrated the complex looking for her lost brother, Chris Redfield, one of the surviving members of RPD's famous STARS teams.
Yeah, look at our VMU. I'd like to see it took like 4 hours. Am I going to finish this today? Honestly, probably not. The expectation is to just generally be drunk. Or at least mildly tipsy. I had a dream once. I had a dream Chrono finished Code Veronica. A bit strange. If I sat down to like get the layout of this game in my head, I could do it in one sitting. It wouldn't be super difficult.
Don't move.
The thing is, I don't want to. You might be like, oh, but Chrono, it's super long. It's like, I did all of Resident Evil 2 in one sitting before. All 4 scenarios. Restless Dreams, I see that time. Corralden. Denerim, that's what it was. I think, like, what was the city in Dragon Age Origins called? It was Denerim. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. You probably should finish that game one day, Ninja. But you never did. You look at this FMV though, and like, this game came out 2 years after RE2, and look at the difference in, like, just quality. This was 2 years after RE2. You might be like, oh, but it's on Dreamcast. Like, it does not matter for FMVs. Dreamcast isn't rendering these FMVs in real time. These are video files. It's crazy they let her keep her lighter. The VMU is a cool thing. Like, I love the concept of the VMU. My only real complaint with this emulator is I wish I could move the VMU position.
This place is finished.
I spent a bunch of time looking into whether or not it's possible, and as far as I'm aware, it isn't.
But in any case, this prison's been taken over.
We have 2 VMUs because the system is registering the keyboard as a second
leave the complex. But you may as well know you have no chance of getting off this island.
And what about you? What are you going to do?
Don't worry about me.
Gonna sit here and jack it, I guess. Oh, alright then. Gonna smoke weed and jack off, Claire. I mean, I'm gonna jack off to you, Claire. I mean, take my knife, Claire. How do you get what is accidentally the best weapon of the game? Do I have a fast forward button on this? Yes. Hey, Nelson. No, we're alternating Crisis Core with Final Fantasy IX, but right now I'm drinking alcohol and I wouldn't be able to focus on Final Fantasy IX while drinking. So we're doing something I don't really care about, but the goons in the chat seem to really enjoy. Fine, I'm not in work tomorrow, so I can do it. don't think we named anybody after you yet, Ninja, in FF9. You say that though, and all I've got in my head is that blind kid from Dumb and Dumber stroking the dead parrot saying, "Pretty bird, can you say pretty bird? Pretty bird." Run! Once I get a little more into the groove of it again, zombie dodging in Code Veronica is actually way easier than any other classic RE game. So, people say you can tell this is the Dreamcast version because Steve's hair is different, but if you pay attention you can tell this is the Dreamcast version because Steve doesn't have fingers. He has a hand just together.
Beautiful. I said I was sorry. My name's Steve. I was a prisoner on this island. And I'm guessing you're not from Umbrella either.
No, I'm Claire. Claire Redfield.
Claire? Nice. I'll remember that. Hey, I heard there's an airport around here. And once I find it, I can finally escape from this crazy island. I'll see ya.
Hey, wait up!
The interesting thing is, though, with like
I don't want you
with
following
the older
me.
games that had hands as just like singular blocks, it makes the fingers look huge, and the hands in general just look way bigger than they should. Show me your motivation. I could have done DMC 5 Bloody Palace while getting like consistently more drunk. That would have been an idea. Would have been a bad idea, but it would have been an idea. Said it before and I'll say it again, the camera angles in this game just aren't good. What do you notice about us, Chris? I have fingers. Jiminy Jillikas. This zombie's weird, because, like, you can see this window from the outside, and there's no zombie there. Grab these. Put off the angle of the camera. The camera angles in this game are like some of the weakest of classic Resident Evil. Oh, fuck off. Okay, that's not the aim button. I keep forgetting that I mapped the triggers for this emulator to the triggers because Dreamcast had triggers and not shoulder buttons. Second to Survive, and to its credit, Code Veronica I think is a fantastic looking game. It's actually really nice. Dino Crisis did it first, and there's definitely a good reason why they went back to pre-rendered in Dino Crisis 2. The limitations of the PlayStation were just more of a problem than anything. It makes Dino Crisis 1 interesting from a technical standpoint, but they're limited by what they can do in pretty much every environment because of the 3D background, the 3D areas.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
I don't know, foot up your ass. Yeah, the pre-rendered backgrounds of Dino Crisis 2 worked out better. Having full 3D environments in Dino Crisis 1 meant there were issues like... You know what, no, we'll leave these for later. Never more than 3 dinosaurs to an area. If there was an area with a puzzle, there would be no enemies in there because the game couldn't handle enemies and the complex 3D puzzles.
Chris Redfield.
Like, there were various things with it that prevented it from
What are you
happening.
doing here?
And then when they had the power to do more with that,
Chris
they made
Redfield.
Dino Crisis 3.
Is he a relative of yours or something?
You mean my brother?
Ah, your siblings. Well, it seems your brother is under surveillance by Umbrella.
What? I've got to contact Leon and tell him to let my brother know he's being monitored. It's a good thing I have access to an outside connection from here.
Well, that file shows the latitude and longitude of this place. Why don't you send your brother the coordinates and ask him to come help?
Thanks, I'll do that.
This still
Hey,
gets me,
I
like,
was just kidding.
the big establishing
There's no way
plot
he could get here, even if
point
he is your
for
brother.
RE2
Yes, he can, I'm sure
is
of
that
it.
Claire doesn't know where Chris is. And it continues
way.
into this game. She's invaded
He won't come.
Umbrella's Paris facility to
You
find
just end up
information on her
disappointed
brother.
if you rely on
And then we
others.
get here and it's like, yeah, I'll just
Believe
send
me,
him an
I
email.
know.
Let me send Leon an email. He'll send one to Chris to tell him where I am.
What was that all about?
And it's like, what? 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 No, mecha-chrono is just a bot. I just have access to the bot profile through my chat bot. I can change the chat bot from my account to the bot account. Finds Umbrella's surveillance on Chris on that computer. Yeah, and it's just such a small piece that's like, yeah, oh, Umbrella's watching Chris. Here's where Chris is. I'll send an email to Leon. It goes from a major plot point to it's solved in the first 10 minutes. And also, Chris being in hiding meant nothing because Umbrella knew where he was anyway. I should really sit down and just do some more Shantae. Well, I messed this up. Why would you aim for that one, Claire? This isn't a good game. I'm just gonna put it out there right now. This is not a good game. This is a bad game. All you people who think it's a good game, you're wrong. Of course you don't, Ninja. You live in Texas. I'm sorry, Ninja. That wasn't fair to you. I can't believe this thing's still pouring out fuel. But we can easily just put the fire out like that. You thought it was Mega Man, but it was Castlevania. You know, I've still not actually tried Castlevania Resurrection. I have the complete demo there, and I've had it for like a year, and I've still not tried it. How you doing, Clem?
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
Megavania! Megavania, Megavania, Megavania. Doing alright? Excellent. I'm drinking, come join me. Almost at the end of my first bottle. There are more bottles to come. Plenty of time to chill here first. Excellent. I'm drinking, there will be more drinking.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
Someone's doing it. That should be right? I feel like it should be. Up yours, zombies! I should have played Mario or something. Fuck you, zombie dogs. So, here's the question with the metal detector. If anything goes through the metal detector, it locks the door. And the issue is you gotta go back through the metal detector to unlock the door, and then you go through with the metal item again. What if you just put the metal item on the other side of the metal detector and then reset the alarm? I feel that should be, like, reasonable. I should have done Castlevania. Been debating doing a like good ending run of Castlevania again. Symphony of the Night, which I believe I have done on stream before, just once, because it's fucking tedious. What they don't tell you is hyper-aggression is the best thing to deal with dogs. Why are the 3 dogs here? Flame, I was literally dodging them like 5 minutes ago. I was doing the zigzags and everything. Why would it make any difference what weapon you're holding if you're dodging them? Dodge with extreme prejudice. I prefer my prejudice to be murder involved. Involved with murder. At what point am I going to get bored of this and just play Sonic Adventure for like an hour? I don't have a completed save of Sonic Adventure on this, do I? I should change that at some point. Playing title. Old to assume I'm going to last that long. Oh no, I should have like a completed save of Sonic Adventure so we can do what's the fucking thing? Super Song, the song that plays Open Your Heart. Open Your Heart, it's such a good song. I absolutely adore it. It's that legendary streamer, Foxhound Cat. Hey, thanks for shouting out. Legendary streamer Foxhound Cat. Friend of the stream, hallowed be her name. NCC0394. 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 Gonna get another drink out of the fridge because my drink is empty. Yeah. Push the button. Can't hold on much longer. I will never let go. I know it's a one-way track. Tell me now how this will last. I'm not gonna play this way. Nor will I count on others. Close my eyes and feel the burn. Now I see what I've gotta do. Open your heart, it's gonna be alright. National ID number. Yeah. Ooh, bullets. Ah, zombie dicks. Someone type in exclamation mark success.
Success!
Thank you, Clem.
Success!
Thank you, Flame. Let me get a fresh one. Ninja says everybody do it just to spam it, but he himself has not done it yet. So what that tells you is Ninja is telling you to do something he himself is too scared to do. Which makes Ninja a conservative politician. I'll be back because I need to buy groceries. But Flame, don't you want to see Steve suffer? He's literally about to be right here. I can't leave without my buddy Superfly. Don't worry, cat. I got you. Haha, zombie dicks. Twitch took down that highlight I had of us just sitting there watching Steve suffering while I put on It's So Excited. While I put on I'm So Excited. Twitch took that clip down. Clem, if you would, type exclamation mark move fast. Or somebody type exclamation mark move fast. I don't know if Clem will be able to do it because of cooldown. No, there's no space.
Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, reload, time to go. I can't seem to control this rage that's inside me.
Thank you, Clem. We're coming, Steve. I'm actually genuinely a little curious about the image on the display. With how clean that looks, that's not a pre-rendered image. It's almost as if that camera angle, the room Steve's in, is being shown through that computer. as if, like, imagine there's no screen there. That's just what's in the computer. Did you know mecha-chrono lets Steve suffer?
Just a moment.
The unenlightened masses, they cannot make the judgment call. Give up free will forever, their voices won't be heard at all.
Conceptually, this is such a dumb puzzle.
I made it. That was too close. What took you so long?
Oh, I need those. Give them to me.
Fine. But let's make a deal. I'll trade you for something fully automatic.
No. How about you give me them and I don't shoot you in the kneecap?
I'll see you around, Claire. Adios.
Hey, wait, Steve!
Adios, muchachos. And now, for the first time of numerous times, gameplay is extended by a considerable amount because Steve is a prick. Oh, there's a red herb there. And it's ultimately one of the main things, I think, that makes Steve so insufferable. It's that game time is extended numerous times because Steve is a selfish jerk. At least when Alfred extends game time, it's because he's a villain.
Redfield! How dare you interfere with my operation?
What are you talking about?
You let yourself be captured so you could lead your people to this base!
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
So I could lead your mama to this base.
Me? I am Alfred Ashford, commander of
home without
this
kneecaps.
base.
Oh? You must be one of Umbrella's lower level officers if you're in command of a backwater base like this one.
How dare you!
God, that animation.
The Ashford family is among the world's first and finest. My grandfather is one of the original founders of Umbrella, Inc. Now tell me, why have you attacked this installation?
Attacked?
One of the things I don't think enough people really notice about Code Veronica versus Code Veronica X, a lot of these cutscenes have different camera angles.
You. I really don't know anything about that.
Unacceptable! How can you deny it? My base has been destroyed. And thanks to you, the experimental T-virus was released, creating countless zombies and monsters. Tell me, who do you work for? Who sent you?
Your mama. And she told me to tell you she's very disappointed.
Have it your way, then. You're just a rat in a cage anyway. I'll be
Have it
sure
your
to
way,
keep you
rat in a
entertained
cage,
before I
Alfred's
dispose
just
of
reciting
you.
logos and musical lyrics. What is that, dolphins? Isle Dolphinos? Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. And then that's all I know of the song, because I really only know it from Terminator 2. I just sit down and think, like, Terminator 2 is just such a good movie. And, like, wow, it's, like, really fucking good. There it is, I've listened to it, like, once or twice. And not really enjoyed it. But, like, there's more to it. I know, and I'm giving you an answer. You should know by now, Clem, that's how we work. The Dreamcast is such a cool system. I'm thinking now, like, I want to play Shadow of Memories or Shadow of Destiny, depending on what region you're in. Hey, welcome to the stream, Lucas. No, I've done this before. We have a complete save, actually, on this memory card, which is really nice. That's the wrong button. Oh, it's I was saying something and I forgot. Yeah, like, I want to play Shadow of Destiny or Shadow of Memories on stream. But I feel like it's the kind of game not enough people know about. So it's like, oh, Chrono's playing this game I've never heard of, why should I bother coming in? So I'm thinking, like, what if I just have, like, an alert that's like, Chrono's playing weird shit. Come and check out weird shit. That's a Dutch angle. Because I play weird shit some of you people haven't heard of before, and you've all been like, wow, that's actually pretty interesting. Because it was genuinely pretty interesting. I think Shadow of Memories is definitely one of those games. Konami's forgotten PS2 classic. It's crazy to think that I'm at the point now with Resident Evil of, like, the only time I could be like, yeah, first time playing, is if I did Revelations 2 past, like, Chapter 2. Every other Resident Evil game's like, no, I've done it before. And that's kind of crazy, because I don't think there's really any other series that I'm like that with. Yeah, there are reasons I've not finished Revelations 2. This was a mistake. That wasn't a mistake, it was calculated, it was planned. I knew exactly what I was doing the entire time. No play against my watcher. I feel like I should do it at least once, is the thing, Cat. my story with Revelations 2 is a little unusual compared to everybody else. Like, I'll throw out to you guys in the chat, those of you who have played Revelations 2, what did you play Revelations 2 on? Was it the PS3? Was it the PS4? The Xbox, perhaps? Did you wait for the Switch version? Did you play it on the Switch for the first time? PS4? PS4? Clemity? I'm going to assume Clem will turn around and say Xbox. I first played Revelations on the PlayStation Vita. Revelations 2 on the PlayStation Vita. And let me tell you, it's not a bad port. You know, it's weird, given how often we talk about how good the soundtrack in this game is. It's weird how often there's no music. Compare that with RE2, which I think has music for almost every individual room. Like, there's very few rooms with no music. What a dick. So yeah, the Vita. Really, Clem, you should absolutely play Revelations 1 on stream. Like, genuinely, it's actually a pretty good game. You might be like, but Chrono, if it's so good, why haven't you done it? It's like, Clem, I've not fucking played Parasite Eve. Games being good doesn't mean I'm not gonna play them. Games being bad doesn't mean I'm not gonna fucking play them. Games being good doesn't mean I'm gonna play them. Think about it, Clem. You can absolutely see the number from that. It's clearly like 1125 or 112. I know the actual number is 1126. Like, you look at it from there. Imagine you've got this like full screen. You look at it from there, and it's like, that's 1125 or 1126. So you then try both combinations. And the game's like, no, you can't make it out.
Biohazard contamination detected. Level 3. Emergency shutters will close. All personnel evacuate immediately.
Yeah, Revelations is pretty good. Revelations 2, the big problem and the main reason why I haven't done it is because it's the only Resident Evil game where co-op really matters. And Capcom decided that would be the best Resident Evil game to make local-only co-op. Raid mode has online multiplayer, but co-op is local only. Like, good work, Capcom. Go fast, baby, don't be slow. No step a shall reload. Time to go. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, Revelations is decent enough. There are complaints I have with it, but like a bunch of those will have to be stuff I re-experience. Because I only finished Revelations the once. On PS3. But at this point, I own Revelations on many systems. I own it on PS3, PS4, PC, Switch, and 3DS. What a dick. Yeah, it's a good, it's a solid enough game. There were worse Resident Evil games that came out in the late 2000s. What do you mean late 2000s? When did the 3DS come out? Like 2011? That man's naked. Let's go get some Bogan powder. Surge your mind and trying to have a relaxing soak. Experimental T-virus. You know what I've been thinking about streaming lately? Castlevania Rondo of Blood. That game that Klim doesn't like because it was too hard. Yeah, stream it, and I'd do it 100%. And be like, this is how you do it, Klim. Look at how easy this is. And I'd just casually cut out the game overs. And it'd be like, and Klim would be like, wow, Mecha, you're so good at this game. I was a fool. I'd be like, yes, Klim, you were. But it's okay. And then we'd have like a manly handshake. To be fair, Klim, I've gotten you to say really dumb things before. Remember when I made you say Dark Souls is easier than Final Fantasy VII? Or Final Fantasy VII is harder than Dark Souls? Combat roll. I think the real thing of it is, it's not that Dark Souls is easier, it's that it has more lenient checkpointing. Because Final Fantasy VII comes from a time where if you got a game over, you go back to the last save point. Like this game. And like death in Dark Souls, death being an intrinsical part of the game. You're expected to die, it's encouraged. Hell, in Dark Souls 1, there's a point where death is mandatory. But you have the option of, like, regaining everything you lost and everything. If you die in Final Fantasy VII, that's a progress blocker. You then have to go back and redo all of that progress. In Dark Souls, as long as you can get your souls back, you haven't lost progress. By that point, you'll have gained progress. You'll have gained more souls in the process of gaining your souls back.
Welcome, Claire. Consider the area you are in a special playground I have prepared just for you. Please try and keep me amused, and do not disappoint me by dying too soon. I so want to enjoy this.
How can you not make fun of this game with shit like that? Oh, I already equipped the bow gun. Alright. Capcom should re-release Code Veronica HD on PC. The brilliant voice acting. The voice acting is engaging. I think the problem, more than anything, if you have a complaint with the voice acting, isn't so much the voice acting as it is the voice direction. And I've said this before in defense of the voice actors of OGRE1. Like, they were directed by voice directors who didn't speak English, and then their dialogue was edited by editors who didn't speak English. So, like, we make fun of lines like, "Stop it, don't open that door," which goes along the lines of, "Stop it, don't open that door!" And it's like, it sounds weird and wrong, but once you're aware of the fact that editors who don't speak Japanese cut different takes and edited them together because they thought that sounded better, bearing in mind they don't speak English, it all starts to make a little more sense. And you can't blame the voice actor for that. That is entirely outside of their control. And there are examples of voice actors, like professional voice actors, good voice actors, years later, who are like directed to give such poor performances. And like one of the big examples I use with that is in Dissidia Final Fantasy on PSP. The voice actor for Kuja was criticised, and like you can look up the details of all of it, and the voice director again was Japanese and was demanding that Kuja's voice actor sound more like the Japanese voice actor. Like, a bunch of the voice direction in Dissidia was really weird and wrong. And so you get to, Dissidia Duodecim, and they've got the same voice cast back, including the same voice actor Kuja. And because the direction is better in that game, he's doing a much better job voicing Kuja.
Oh yeah, that felt good! Don't worry, Claire. Your knight in shining armor is here.
But Chris hasn't arrived yet. Steve, if you're not going to fire the
Thanks
gun,
for the help.
take your fingers
See?
off the triggers.
This is why you need me. I got your back.
Whatever. Here, take these.
Machine guns? For me?
You know the deal, in exchange for your Lugers.
Okay.
I really feel like Steve's response there should have been in exchange for my what? And Claire's like, the Lugers, the
This
guns.
thing is too cool. Yes! Now this is my kind of weapon. All right.
The fact that Steve was going to fire at
This thing's
nothing
empty. You
bothers me.
cheated me.
Up there, plenty of ammo.
And
just
then
for you.
the fact that
Way
he
up
later
there?
just fires at nothing
Give me
anyway
a boost and I'll
still
get it for
bothers
you.
me.
All right.
It's like, oh yeah, cool, I'm gonna
Ow!
give you fully automatic weaponry.
You're
And
heavier than
then
you
he
look.
immediately proves he
Yeah.
should not have any kind of weaponry.
Happy now?
What?
Now that your knight has made his appearance, he can join you in your descent into death.
Behave like you can fly a frickin' plane.
Okay.
There's bowgun
let's
powder
do
on
it.
top of that crate. I can see
Wait
it,
here, Claire.
and we're not going to be able to get it till like way later.
Time to test out my new toy.
Time to put my finger in my mouth and go blah, blah, blah. I call this the Steve. %. There was an interesting idea somebody posted, I think on Amber's stream recently when she was playing Code Veronica. It might have been Euclid. The idea of like, what if Steve isn't flying the plane, but like he was on autopilot the entire time? But like, you can't autopilot off the you can't autopilot a
It was
takeoff.
dirty work, but this area is now clean.
Little brother with control unplugged in.
See? You can depend on me. You see? This thing is a lot more reliable than any person.
Than people?
Steve, stop talking.
Steve, what were you doing here? Who
You can
brought
depend
here,
on me, and
where's
by
your
me I
family?
mean these guns.
Shut up! I don't want to talk about it.
You can depend on me, but if you ever ask me a question I'm not entirely comfortable with, I will prove that I am an unstable psychotic
Never mind.
with fully
Let's get
automatic
going.
weapons. He's probably the kind of guy who killed his childhood cat. Probably put his cat in the microwave. Don't worry, Mr. Mittens. You can depend on me. Puts the cat in the microwave. I want to go to bed. Well, it's time to have a drink. This cutscene's going to take a while.
Claire, are you okay?
Steve,
Here's a
behind
question
you.
for you guys. With how often we tend to play these games,
No.
how come we don't, a lot of us generally don't skip the cutscenes?
What's wrong?
Like, in the case of
Shoot
RE1
him.
and RE2, it's understandable mostly, because you can't skip the in-engine cutscenes. But with 3 and Code Veronica, you absolutely can. So why do we still sit down and watch them every time?
No.
Father!
The sleeper has awakened! Break time's a good thought. I always use door transitions in Classic RE for that.
Steve.
Like, playing Classic RE is great for stream because door transitions happen regularly enough that you can always check the chat very regularly.
Father! Father! Dad
Jeez, Steve.
used to work for Umbrella.
You think someone just killed your
Tried to
father?
steal information, intending to sell it off to the highest bidder. He was caught. Mom was killed.
You know, I thought you said memorable for a
And you were
second
sent
then,
here.
Clem, and then I realized it said memeable. You got another drink.
Oh, Steve.
He was a fool to do something so reckless. So stupid.
Number 3. And we're streaming, it's nice to give context. Yeah, because that's why we're playing
It's
Resident
okay.
Evil for, like,
Just rest.
the 50th time. So people can have context. As we skip all the files and such. It's nice to be 1 hour. But why don't you speedrun Mega Man? Like, show us how fast you can do, like, Mega Man 4. Show me how fast you can beat Dustman. Is Dustman full? I feel like after Mega Man 3, you have to classify Mega Man games as the one with this Robot Master to distinguish them. What to see them for other people to see. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy them well enough. It's like, how many times have I done RE3 on stream now, and I won't skip the cutscenes? Because they're not overly long. Consider... I think that's maybe a big part of this as well. That dog was waiting for me. I think that's probably a big part of it as well, like, how long are these games really? So you sit down, you do a single session playthrough of a classic RE game. And like, even watching all the cutscenes, a standard playthrough of most of them comes in at under 3 hours. Oh no, not glitched speedruns, Clem. Glitchless speedruns are always the more interesting ones. Two is your reward for beating one at all. Yeah. I've done Mega Man 2 in like 45 minutes. Mega Man 1 usually takes a little longer because, despite the game being shorter, it's a bit rougher. And that fireman fight, like in the boss rush, is not fun. It's like one of the worst parts of the game to me. did a nice job with him, so it's nice as reference to the world. But I beat Mega Man 1. Here's my proof. There is still video footage somewhere of me beating Mega Man 1. Like, not on camera or anything. It was back when I did commentaries, post-commentaries. The raw footage is still up on YouTube. I think. I might have actually deleted that account, I'd have to check. But there's a full playthrough of Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 2 on there, if it's still up. Recorded by me. And that might have been the last time I played through Mega Man 1. It's a good game, but my thing with Mega Man, and part of the reason why I don't replay it as much, is I feel like memorizing boss weaknesses is kind of super important, unless you are a player who is good enough, like who has gotten good enough at the game to be able to do each boss buster only. And I'm not either of those people. I haven't memorized every boss weakness past Mega Man 2. And I'm not good enough at Mega Man to do Buster only. On the other side of that, it's like Castlevania. Castlevania is probably arguably harder. But Castlevania is also something that is like, I'm going to go into a level, and this level is going to... Why is there a blue herb here? And this level is going to give me everything I need to deal with this boss. And it is down to me at that point. Both those people. I should do Mega Man at some point on stream. And I should really just get you, like, maybe on mic for it. It's like, hey, Clem, let's get together for, like, 10 weeks and do all the Mega Man games. And by 10 weeks... Actually, 10 weeks. 1 and 2 could be done in a single sitting. And then after that, like, 1 game per sitting, which would give us an extra sitting for either 11 or Mega Man and Base. And if I beat Mega Man and Base on stream before you do, then you officially lose your Mega Man cred. Honestly, Clem, I would put it kind of in the same way with me. Like, if you beat, say, Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse on stream before I do, I lose my Castlevania cred. The good thing with both of those is that neither of them are likely to happen. I'm so unlikely to sit down and stream Mega Man and Base, and you are so unlikely to sit down and stream Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse. Keep focused, brother.
Focus,
Our
brother.
enemy is only a
Our
little
enemy
girl.
is only a little girl. Oh, why is this taking so long?
My apologies, Alexia.
My
But I have
apologies,
been
Alexia.
doing my best.
The
She
revival
gives
of
me a
the
weird
After
feeling
Effect
in my
depends on your
belly.
success, brother.
I am aware of that, Alexia. I will
Strange
revive
feeling
the
in my
family
tummy.
myself and make you the master of the glorious Ashford family.
Do not worry, brother. I will handle them both myself. Who is there? Is someone at the corridor?
I want, like, a
What
proper
is it,
model
Alexia?
comparison
Nothing.
between this
I believe I
Alexia
must
and
have been
actual
imagining
Alexia.
things.
Let us go, brother.
Alright, so what am I actually here for? Yeah, Clem, it's like, remember how you played Rondo of Blood, and you didn't like Rondo of Blood? You thought Rondo of Blood was like probably too difficult overall as a game to just casually enjoy? Oh shit, Clem's messaging me. Joke's on you, fuckface. That's the wrong version to play. Like, Castlevania 3 is worse. Castlevania 3 is like the hard Castlevania. What the hell was that noise? Yeah, Castlevania 3 is like really fucking difficult. It's arguably the best of the NES trilogy. Like, it takes what works in 1 and expands it, and it's so much bigger, and it has separate, like, multiple separate pathways, and 4 playable characters, and it's really good. It's also really difficult. And the US release made it harder. Like, if you're going to actually play Castlevania 3, I recommend getting the Japanese version. Akumajo Densetsu. Wait a minute, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. How could you tell what, Clem? Isn't yours faithfully supposed to be used as a signing off for somebody when you write a note or a letter to somebody whose name you don't know? Because it says Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse rather than Akumajo Densetsu. Because in Japan, Castlevania is called Akumajo Dracula, which is Japanese for Demon Castle Dracula. I think Akumajo Densetsu would translate as the legend of the Demon Castle. Yeah, like, if you're into old-school NES side-scrollers, Castlevania 3 is up there as, like, one of the best. It's really solid. It's also brutally difficult. And the American version made it harder in various ways. The worst way is when you get to the final battle with Dracula. If you get a game over in the Japanese version during the final battle, you go back to the same point you do in every other Castlevania game. You go back to the staircase leading into the royal keep, into the castle keep. And you go up the stairs and you do the fight again. In the American version, they changed, so you get a game over in the final battle with Dracula, you go back to the beginning of the stage. And have to do that stage again. And it's lame. There's various other things as well, like, Grant doesn't throw daggers in the American version, he only stabs with them, which makes him so much less useful as a character. Alucard's bat transformation costs more hearts per second. Enemies do increased damage as you go further and further into the game. Like, there's a bunch. For all its faults as a series, Castlevania has always been mostly fair within its own logic. Within the logic of the series itself. Castlevania 3 isn't, and it's one of the big problems with it. I'm missing something. There's an item I should have by now. Is it the emblem? Ah, there we go. There's 2 doors for it. Thank you, man. I was forgetting there's a second silver door key. Or a second silver key door. With this room, which I usually think is up in the mansion. In the private residence. Bitch. 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 Alright, so we can go and use this in the training facility to get the blue key. The blue key card. Yeah, that doesn't have anything worthwhile in here. I'd love it if I could kill these zombies and reliably know that they wouldn't be coming back. And then you never go back here. But since it's just handgun bullets in there, it's not worth it. The toilet is made out of marble. Why? It's like, you know what always feels classy to me? Shit-stained marble. Have you ever shit on marble? It's just as appealing as anything else you've shit on. Ah yes, Clem and his marble-coloured crafts. You bitch. Bleh. Bleh. Move fast, baby, don't be slow. Oh. The other side, reload. I'm the go. Yeah, I've been debating doing Rondo of Blood. Rondo of Blood's a good game. And it's not long. Like, even 100% of it, it's not long. It's like I got a Let's Play of it that I did on my YouTube channel. And, like, fun fact, that's a 100% run. That was done in about 3.5 hours. That was also done while drinking. But I only had one bottle that day. So, like, I wasn't drunk when I got to Dracula. Though, to be fair, it wouldn't have mattered. That fight is, like, actually really simple. The Dracula X Chronicles version, though. In Dracula X, because Dracula X Chronicles is the remake of Rondo of Blood, and, like, it's really good. If you like Rondo of Blood, I recommend trying Dracula X Chronicles. It's really good. But when you rescue all the maidens, you unlock a third phase of the final boss. And that final phase is so difficult. Like, it got to the point with me fighting it that I could do the first and second phase of that fight without taking damage and then die on the third phase. It was crazy. There's a room after. Where is it? I have to go through the front. Right, so all I wanted was to open this and then open the door to lead out to where I want to go, but I need the card from that area where I would open the door to. Yeah, Dracula X Chronicles is, like, genuinely good. It's well worth a play. It's part of the reason why Castlevania Requiem is kind of frustrating, because Dracula X Chronicles on PSP was a full remake of Castlevania Rondo of Blood, and it came with, as unlockables, Rondo of Blood translated into English with English voice acting, and Symphony of the Night retranslated with new voice acting. And quality of those aside, those are the two versions of Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night that are included on Castlevania Requiem. So, Castlevania Requiem, you are buying the bonus content of Dracula X Chronicles, and you're not getting the game that they came with. Which was a solid game. The 2.5D remake of Rondo of Blood, it was a solid game. Absolutely down to do that at some point. Now, I've got that PSP layout that I made. You're going to want to use it for more than just Crisis Core. Want to use it for games like The Third Birthday. You know, absolute peak PSP content. And Dissidia do Odessum. And games not made by Squaresoft. And by Squaresoft I mean Square Enix. You might be like, Chrono, what's the difference? Like, Squaresoft became Square Enix, it's essentially the same company. It's like, no. It's not the same company. Not in our hearts. It's not. In our hearts, it's a very different company. I can put the bowgun away. I've been kind of overusing handgun ammo, but I've still got so much handgun ammo. Yeah, Square Enix feels wrong, or Square Enix. Because it's Square Enix is the name, it's pronounced Enix. And I know that for a fact because when you complete Dissidia and Duodecim, both of them, when you load up a new game, would feature one of the characters you play as, random one of the characters, saying the name of the company when the logo pops up, and it's Square Enix. It's like it is an awkward name to pronounce. That's why we always call it Square. The awkward thing is, that is actually absolutely worth the cost in grenade rounds. Is it? I can't move those boxes like this, can I? So that wasn't worth the cost of grenade rounds. I said that with the assumption that I'd be getting bowgun powder. It's got to be when you become Chris. Flame. Unless it's right here. Flame. What we're saying. Yeah, there's other PSP games worth playing. PSP was a really good system. Those two Grand Theft Auto games I've never really put much time into. Liberty City Stories and Vice City Stories. Absolutely worth playing. I remember when I was a kid in like 2005, maybe 2006. And I was in school and somebody had a PSP. And he was playing Vice City Stories on it. And it was like, wow, this is a console game on a handheld. And it's amazing. And that was so cool. But there's other stuff. Deadhead Fred's kind of neat. let me pull up my list of PSP games. Where is my list of PSP games? Ape Escape is a decent port. 2 decent Burnout games, which were like some of the last Burnout games made. Corpse Party is really good. Crush is a really solid puzzle game. The Digimon games are good, though they didn't come out outside Japan, so it makes them hard to really justify. Ports of Disgaea 1 and 2, like enhanced ports. They're better on PSP than they were on PS2. Dragon Ball Z Shin Budokai and Shin Budokai Another Road. Really good. You like Budokai 3, you'll like those. Shin Budokai Another Road had like an original story. Remember when that was I was going to say, remember when that was a rarity for Dragon Ball Z games, but here we are in 2023 and it still is. Final Fantasy Tactics, 2 original God of War games. Jeanne d'Arc. Console-level ports of the LEGO games. Mega Man Powered Up, which you should absolutely look into, Clem. The remake of Mega Man. Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, the remake of Mega Man X. Which, like, the main thing I always remember about Mega Man Maverick Hunter X is that it's possible to hit Sigma's final form with the Hadouken. Metal Gear Acid, Metal Gear Acid 2, which I hope those are both in the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2. I wouldn't have expected them to be, but the NES version of Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge are both in Volume 1. So, like, Acid and Acid 2 should be in Volume 2, absolutely. Peace Walker and Portable Ops. An enhanced port of Mortal Kombat Deception. And, like, I fucking love Deception. Deception's great. Remake of Persona, Persona 2. Really solid port of Persona 3. Enhanced port of Phantom Brave. Ridge Racer, Shadow Destiny, Sid Meier's Pirates. Silent Hill, Shattered Memories and Origins. Soul Calibur Broken Destiny, which is... I always say people say it's like underwhelming and not great. And I imagine those people are probably right. But as a Soul Calibur casual fan, like, it feels fine. Soul Calibur on the go. Spider-Man 3, which is the full... It's the full PS2 version on a handheld. And, like, it's not a great game, but that on a handheld, it was a full open world. It was crazy. Star Ocean 1 and 2 remakes. Force Unleashed port, which was a good... It's not even a port, it was an original Force Unleashed development. An enhanced port of Street Fighter Alpha 3, which, if you're into that... Tactics Ogre remake, where they rebalanced everything. Tales of Eternia, which you didn't get in the US because Sony of America are just weird. Tekken Dark Resurrection, which is enhanced port of Tekken 5. Fantastic. Tekken 6. As far as I'm aware, the only thing Tekken 6 on PSP cuts out from the console version is the scenario campaign. And, like, here's the fun thing. The scenario campaign was the worst part of Tekken 6. Console port of the Simpsons game, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Tomb Raider Legends. Enhanced console port of Tony Hawk's Underground 2. Remake of Valkyrie Profile. Console port of SmackDown vs. Raw 06, which is my favourite SmackDown vs. Raw. Probably my favourite wrestling game. I've heard AEW's wrestling game that came out recently is actually really good, and I've been kind of tempted to pick it up. A big part of the problem with it is, like, I don't know a lot of these modern wrestlers, but I could learn. X-Men Legends 2 Rise of Apocalypse, full console version. Like, there's a lot of really good stuff on PSP, and I'm absolutely down to just do PSP games. PSP is a great system. I think that era of handhelds, because like the Game Boy is cool, but most of the Game Boy library is kind of not good. Starting with like Game Boy Advance, it started to like really hit a new level of creativity. Now they had some power to really make work. But then going into DS and PSP, I did it again. There we go. Starting with like DS and PSP, like handheld games just hit an entirely new level, where they could be console level experiences, though not necessarily with console considerations. There's so much good stuff on PSP and DS. Grenade rounds. The fact that, like, Nintendo, when they were putting out the DS, were like, okay, we want to really sell people on what the DS can do. What can we do with that? And someone was like, let's put Super Mario 64 on there. And it worked. And, like, Super Mario 64 DS has problems, make no mistake. One of those problems being that Super Mario 64 was a game developed for the analog stick. It was developed to show off what the analog stick could do for 3D movement, and the DS didn't have that. The DS suddenly had to make this game that was made for an analog stick work on a D-pad. And, like, there are problems with that. But it's a... conceptually and in actual function, it's really impressive what it actually is. Apparently it was 1126 then. Good thing we zoomed in and, you know, didn't just look closely and squint a little bit. But, like, Super Mario 64 DS, like... it's one thing I've really, like, definitely learned about myself over the past year. Is, like, I still really have that kind of boyish fascination with console games on handhelds. And that is the exact reason I own a Steam Deck. Even if I don't use it as much as I could, the fact that I could be sat anywhere and playing stuff like Dead Rising 2 off the record, it hits me in like a particular place that I didn't know still existed. And, like, it's nice to know that I can still get kind of excited over that. Even if the actual playing of those games doesn't work as well for me as it used to. Like, I don't necessarily enjoy it as much as I used to. The concept still gets me giddy.
All personnel evacuate.
Can you imagine if Claire had done something there Like something more than nothing at all. Like, I still just think it's really cool. Like, regardless of the time period. Well, Clem, it wasn't years before, it was several months before. It was like 3 months before at most. Yes. I didn't want to run up this way. Because this is December of '98. No, this is December '98. Where did these guys come from? This is one of the big problems you end up having with Code Veronica, of like, is it safe to kill enemies in this area that I'm going to be coming back to? Because they'll probably respawn. And it's frustrating. Yeah, maybe I'd be less enamored with the entire concept if, like, when I had a Game Boy Advance as a kid, I'd had, like, any of the Super Nintendo games that were ported to it. Like, if I'd had A Link to the Past or Super Mario World on Game Boy Advance, it would probably be like a different... It might be like a different story. But I didn't. The Game Boy Advance games I had were all original to Game Boy Advance. Do I still have the other plate? I do. So when you turn around and say something like, oh, there's herbs there. I can spare the room, yeah. So you turn around and say something like Super Mario 64 on a handheld, or Ocarina of Time on a handheld. Especially as somebody who used to travel a lot for school and work. I don't so much anymore, but I used to. And so it's like, cool, being able to play these games that I love and loved when I was younger, anywhere. I could play these on the way to work, I could play them on the way home to work. And like, it's just still such a cool idea to me. All of these fuckers have respawned. And it's literally like the entire reason I'll put up with the Switch. Because, like, the Switch, I've said before, I don't think the Switch is great. I think there's been a lot of concessions made in its design to make it... Why are you both still alive? There's been a lot of concessions in its design to make it work as both a handheld and a console, and I think it leaves it feeling weaker on both ends. Particularly because it's not a comfortable handheld. Like, the fact that I can take my Switch Lite and boot it up anywhere and play, like, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, and it's the full game. There's still something about that that's, like, that's really cool. This room's gonna be full of zombies. I've definitely had more of an interest in the concept of the Switch lately. Of, like, being able to play a game anywhere. And then just hook it up to my TV and keep playing it on my TV. Which is probably an interest I should have had sooner. Because that's exactly how I played Digimon Stories Cybersleep on Vita. I played it on Vita until my battery was dead, and then I just swapped my memory card over to my PS TV and kept playing it there. It's not fair that they both went servo there.
Please deposit any metallic items you have in the security box.
And I feel like nowadays, especially as we all derive less and less joy from the things that we used to love. As we all derive less and less joy from the things that we used to love. I think it's important to hold on to that fascination and joy that comes from just this fun idea of being able to play these console-level games anywhere. What the fuck else do I have to get excited about? I didn't need this first aid spray because there's one here. I think it's probably a shame that we didn't get another classic Resident Evil with 3D environments. Because while I think, on the most part, the camera angles in this game aren't that well done, like, there's problems with them far too often. Zombies are left just off screen until the camera switches positions, so you end up running into them numerous times. They do some interesting stuff with them. Like the way the camera in the previous room pans down towards the body bag as you approach the door. Which is then, like, wrapped up by the body bag moving as you open the door. Like, that's a cool horror bit. Should have brought the grenade launcher. The Dr. Zombie is always awkward. Look how fast this man is. Always crazy. And there's probably no good reason for it. Like, no other zombie moves that fast in this game. Can't believe Flame left us to go grocery shopping. Good thing I still have the lights up. I want to use this, but I have a red herb, so... Honestly, with how back and forth movement throughout the island is, no 3-round burst, yeah. With how back and forth movement through the island is, sometimes I have the lockpick here, sometimes I don't. I don't have a set path through this game. And I probably should, but I don't want to play it enough to gain it, like, to really get that time to make a set path. Because there's just too many little annoyances in Code Veronica for my liking. For me to want to replay it to the extent I've done RE2 and RE3. Why is this man so fast? So we saw there, and with the Dr. Zombie earlier, the speed these zombies have is actually temporary. He wouldn't run that fast even after we shoot him, though. Like, yeah, the speed those zombies have is actually temporary. It only lasts until they lunge. But the weird thing is that unlike RE3, like in RE3 it was the speed would fade if they didn't lunge soon enough. But in this, like, they keep going for a while. And I'm not sure if they do stop going unless they lunge. Exactly my problem with respawning zombies in this game. Being shot is less offensive. You would say that, you're American. It's not fair. It's not fair. You are right, Clem. Melee is more personal. Yeah. Don't you want to use the knife, Bennett? Feel it turn. Yeah, there's definitely more deliberate action. There's more deliberate action in using a melee weapon. You are right. That zombie still hasn't put pants on. He just gets stabbed. Remember that scene in Batman Returns where Bruce Wayne just has an Iron Maiden in, like, the library of the mansion? And it's also a secret entrance to the Batcave?
What are you doing here?
Yeah, actual thing.
Hemostatic medicine.
Bruce Wayne's like, Alfred, I'm heading down to the Batcave, you want to come with? And
Thanks.
Alfred's like, I'll take the stairs. And then Bruce goes into the Iron Maiden. Like, Bruce has to...
Here, let me help you with that.
Thanks.
Unbuttons the cuff of his shirt, rolls the
Just
sleeve
go.
up, sticks his hand into the fish tank
Keep it.
to activate the button to open the Iron Maiden.
Thanks.
Which, to be fair,
Here, let
nobody
me
would
give
find
you
that
this
by
in return.
accident. Fair
You
enough.
might need it later on. Now go. Don't
And
worry
then
about
he's
it.
like, Alfred, you coming? And Alfred's like, I'll take the stairs. Bruce goes in there, drops down to the Batcave, and like 5 seconds later, Alfred is there, and it's like, if the stairs were that quick, why are you using this? Alright, I'm going to put these bottles in the bin. Grab the last bottle I have, and then we'll be right back with more Resident Evil Code Veronica for the Sega Dreamcast. Don't go anywhere. Especially you, Con. back. So the last ball. We're opening it. There we go. Good purchase. So, yeah. So you're saying Iron Maidens aren't real? Thank you. Mecha-chrono, welcome back. Please. Like what I've done with the place? It ends tonight. To be fair though, like, the concept of the Iron Maiden, as horrific as it sounds, like, oh yeah, you're locked in a metal coffin full of spikes. It's like, yeah, but as a torture device, there were much more interesting and effective torture devices in medieval times. Like the Iron Bull. That's something to look up, like, find out if the Iron Bull was real. Because that's terrifying. Seriously. The Iron Bull. It's essentially like a big hollow bull made of iron. And they'd put people inside it and then heat it up. Like, they'd light a fire under it, and it's made of iron. So, like, it's not gonna melt, but it's going to get really hot. Medieval torture is, like, terrifying. Go fast, baby, don't be slow. Step aside, bring a long time to go. I can't seem to control. Seems it was really fucking horrifying. And, like, it starts to get hotter and hotter, and, like, you're trying not to touch it as much as you can. But you can't touch anywhere else because you're inside the Iron Bull. And then your skin starts to stick to it. I don't mean like, oh yeah, no, a little bit of stickiness. Like, no, your skin starts to fuse with the iron. Terrifying. Look. Is that the technical term, Clint? Tubes and shit? Let's make some music. Yes. I put it in the box with the intention of picking it up out of this box, I remember now. Like, the entire concept is horrifying. Get the gold key as well. And that should be what we're after. It should be everything we're after. I just want you to. I should really play Deception 4 on stream. That game's good. Weird, it's quirky. That's a game to use the tag Chrono is playing weird shit again. I would love if they came, like, if Tecmo came out and made a Deception 5. But the way Tecmo's been for, like, the last 10 years or so, I wouldn't trust them to put out a competently made, complete package of a game. It's like, you look at what they've done with Dead or Alive, and Dead or Alive, like, Dead or Alive 5 was bad for it. Dead or Alive 6, with its DLC situation, is just absurd. And the same true of Dynasty Warriors 9. And, like, it's a real shame. You just want to be able to enjoy these games. Forgot about this room. This is a room that I can't just do on autopilot because I don't remember the solution. Like, everything else, a little bit of thought, that's all I need. The rest of it can be done on autopilot. This, no. Alright, so teacup. Teacup. So, man with twins, then man on his own with teacup, then man who looks like man with teacup but doesn't have a teacup. I feel like there are pieces missing to this, which is why it can be a little irritating to solve. And then the other redhead who has a plate. Yeah, I was thinking, like, did they go, like, does Edward have the earthenware vase, and then Alexander has a candle, and then the butler gives Alfred the earthenware vase to call back to Edward? That man has no chin. Like, there's definitely a gap in the note to explain where you're going. There we go. Even as a child, they dressed Alexia up in purple dresses with long white sleeves. They shouldn't have been surprised when at age 18 it was revealed that it's actually become her kink. Which was the style at the time. I should have that as a sound alert. I feel like I don't get enough opportunities that would make it work. But I could force it to work. I talk about old video games and play old video games a lot anyway, and like I could make it work. The game was made with pre-rendered backgrounds, which was the style at the time. The year was 19-dickety-2. We had to say the word dickety because the Kaiser had stolen our word 20. Yeah, I talk about like old video games enough that I could just say like it was the style of the time. Fucking bitch. I don't like that this bridge is now filled with zombies. My bullet's only effective to a certain range. I think it's kind of interesting with this, of like RE2, I see Rebel run through zombies, probably at some point. Like, you've got the burst fire handgun like RE2, and it's firing in bursts of 3 like RE2. But unlike RE2, the ammo capacity for it is 20 rather than 18. But 20 isn't divisible by 3. So you get to the end of a clip, and all of a sudden, your last burst is just 2 shots. Imagine how much trouble you could have saved here if Claire hadn't closed the music box lid and also just had a crowbar. Think again, Claire. You think it's weird that this seems to be like the only song the Ashfords ever really had? It's like they got stuck on one song as kids and then themed everything around it. Like it'd be the only song they listened to ever. And it had various different arrangements of it and such. And like, I'm not saying it's weird, I'm just saying like, imagine if it was Thunderstruck by AC/DC instead. There he is again. And just imagine, like, instead of, like, do, it's like, da-da-da, oh, wow, wow, wow. Or like if it was World 1-1 from Super Mario Brothers. Or like the stage select music from Mega Man 2. But instead of do, it was Did I miss something? Oh no, the cutscene activates here. There we go.
Claire Redfield, hold it right there. We meet each other at last. A pity I must say goodbye so soon. I am Alexia Ashford. For the pride of the Ashford family, I will kill you.
You know, you shouldn't fire a sniper rifle from the hip like that.
Wait!
What's going on?
Steve!
The fact that Steve falls over and sprays the room
After her.
with the submachine gun and just manages to, like, graze Alfred with
Are
it
you okay?
is insane.
I'm fine. It's just a scratch.
Alexi's dress is abandoned here. That means Alexi's running around naked.
We better check the room over again. Well, just in case.
Check the room over again. He goes back to checking under the bed. It's like, how long does it take to check if there's something under the bed? But also, like, you pay attention, you can see there is nobody on top of that bed. Like, you can see enough of the bed from these camera angles to see there's nobody up there.
This must be...
Also, though, he has a gun, and we know later that the gun still has ammo.
What? No!
Wait a second.
I feel like this
What just
revelation of Alfred wearing makeup
So there never was an
was more
Alexia
visible
after
in the
all.
PS2 version, but I could be
He's
wrong.
2 people? Okay, that's it. Let's get out of here.
Imagine getting out of the dress into this garb. He had to have that on under the dress, but like he was wearing like silk sleeves, like silken sleeves. No, silken gloves, like puffy shoulders, dress with puffy shoulders. He couldn't have been wearing it under that. You're right. There's a zombie coming up the stairs. It's weird and dumb that the game refuses to allow you to go up or down stairs if a zombie is moving up or down them. Clem, this plot doesn't make sense. Don't ask it to make sense. I am absolutely an advocate of leaving the Navy proof until after you've done that final confrontation there at the private residence. Because it means you don't have to listen to the alarm blaring as you travel back through her. That's my bad. That's my bee. Can you fly, Bobby? Wait, Clarence, no!
The self-destruct system has been
Alfred's insane.
activated.
He's trying to blow
All
this entire
personnel
place up.
Evacuate immediately.
It is strange they don't have the self-destruct sequence activate until you collect the final proof. Because the timer doesn't start now. If the timer started when the self-destruct sequence activated when you got the final proof, that would be understandable, but it doesn't. So it's really weird that they wait for that.
All personnel evacuate immediately.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Charisma?
We gotta get to that airport.
The self-destruct system
Classic Steve with the original haircut. Surviving? You getting in there? You getting through there? You starting to feel better yet? Or are you just still like terrible? How's the code, Veronica? Less breasts. Less of the titty boob.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately.
And the Dreamcast is so cool. I love the way the Dreamcast looks. The Dreamcast graphics. Nothing else looks like the Dreamcast.
All personnel evacuate.
Massive vision thing happened. God damn. Press this button. Don't tap your foot at me, Steve.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate.
Damn, I hope that works out for you. I hope it didn't cost you too much as well. Jeez.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate. The self-destruct system has been activated.
I'm not able to help them.
All personnel evacuate immediately.
Oh yeah, it's part of your job, isn't it?
No! We can't take off unless we raise the bridge!
Leave that to me. You stay here and make preparations for takeoff.
I mean, there'd be ways around it for your job. You could always have, like, text-to-speech kind of thing. There'd be ways around it, but inconvenient nonetheless. Not gonna lie, Steve. I've been drinking. Having to assure directors that you are literate.
The self-destruct system.
Wow, Guardians of the Galaxy was Guardians of the Galaxy was the last game he streamed. God damn.
The self-destruct system.
Get an orange to eat and it was messy. Put it in my mouth and it went everywhere, including the mouth. I don't know, I've heard you read things people have said and you sound like you know what you're saying. It's like, maybe you just fake it really well. Meanwhile, I'm sat here like,
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate.
I sound like I can barely speak English right now. Okay, that's it. It's not faking it if you're an actor, it's acting.
All personnel evacuate.
I can get a script beforehand, you can match it. Yeah.
The self-destruct system has
It's good to see you though, MC. It is very good to see you. Always appreciate you being here. Definitely recommend checking out Mr. Brisbane. He's a super cool dude. Super cool stream. Currently on hiatus due to health issues. But like, when he comes back, like, peak Twitch stream. And sometimes I'm there. Might try a test stream soon. Excellent. If I can be there, I will be. I have like, well, I'm off today, I'm off tomorrow, then I have 3 days in work, then I am off for 12 days. I booked like a week off for my birthday, and because of days off, that's worked its way up to 12 days off, which I'm not complaining about. We're turning a big 3-1. 31 years old. Almost as old as Clem. It's not true, I'm nowhere near as old as Clem.
All personnel evacuate immediately. The self-destruct system has been activated.
Alright, let's keep this going. let's keep this going. Clem, I should invite you for a Dragon Ball stream.
The self-destruct system has been activated.
Maybe that should be our next project together, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. God knows I should actually play it. I bought it twice. Alright, let me get the goodies. So, Mr. Charisma, I didn't catch your Code Veronica playthrough when you went through the series in anticipation of RE4 make. How did you find Code Veronica? You didn't play it. A man after my own heart. Oh, you played it for the first time, right? You know, not surprising. Like I've said before, Code Veronica is probably the worst game in the series for a first playthrough. It is really bad at soft locking you. Like, it's not awful if you know what to do, but chances are you're not going to know what to do. Of course you won't know what to do on a first playthrough.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately.
We're gonna have to remake. I'd be down for a remake.
5 minutes until detonation.
They start this timer, and then they have a cutscene where they stop the timer. So you can see the cutscene, and it's like, why did you start the timer now?
I will not allow you fools to escape. This is what you get for trying to oppose
Do they stop the timer?
me. Now feel my revenge.
Oh, Darkside Chronicles? I played Darkside Chronicles on stream years ago at this point, and I did it up to the end of Code Veronica because I didn't care about the original story they have for it. So I played in one sitting the entire game from the start to the end of Code Veronica. It took like 7 hours, and let me tell you, you should not do that. Don't play a Wii game for 7 hours. It hurts. It physically hurts. I was not in a good mood. I probably wouldn't necessarily be against doing it again, but like in shorter sessions, definitely. I think ultimately, though, as nice as Code Veronica's retelling in Darkside Chronicles is, it's less interesting. PS3 on PS9 at risk recording through. No, the plane is for the explosive rounds.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately.
Fucking plane. Here's the fun thing for you though, MC. Like, you get past the plane. No, I don't want to risk that, Clem. I need to do a lot of damage fast. Because if Tyrant knocks me into the fire behind me, that's death. Like, here's the fun thing with Code Veronica XMC. You get past the plane, and there is more stuff you will probably get soft locked on. Like, it doesn't stop until you are done with the game, and it's so frustrating. it's the worst game to do a first playthrough of. And I would absolutely recommend, if somebody wants to play this game, watch somebody else play it first. That's the thing, like, if you have the resources for it and you've known when to use things and when not to use things, the Alexia fights are super easy. Like, you go into Alexia 1 with the Magnum, it's like 6 shots, and you're done. Alexia 2 with the Magnum is 1 shot, and then you're in the final fight. Like, it's ridiculous, but the game does not give you the information you need. Spends too much time respawning enemies that you've killed. You just burn through resources. She can one-hit you with the fire touch if she gets near you, but you can empty a cylinder of Magnum rounds into her before she gets close. And then she's down on the ground, and you're done. With Alexia 2, that's where she's going for Claire. 1 Magnum shot, and she'll stop. Claire gets away, you're in the final fight.
Took you so long. I was starting to be worried.
Good at RE2. I am also really good at RE2 and 3.
We're out of here. Time to say goodbye.
Isn't that right, Clint?
Death trap.
Code Veronica is not friendly. As much as I complain about Zero, I think Zero is a better game to play for the first time than Code Veronica is. And like, you want something bad, like,
Claire,
I don't know if you ever
know
met
I
Mew or
caused a
saw
lot of
Mew
trouble for you.
stream or had Mew in your stream.
No, it's
But if you remember
okay.
Mew,
It was hard for both of us.
she hasn't streamed in a long time.
Well, I really hope
but
you find your brother.
She did Code
I know what
Veronica
it's
on
like
her
to be
stream.
alone.
And it was the first classic RE game
Oh,
she'd ever played.
Steve.
And like, she got to the private residence, and we just had to tell like Mew, you've got to stop. You are
Where
in a
should we go
dead game now. You do
I can
not
take
have the
you anywhere you
resources
wanna
to
go,
do
Claire.
this.
I hear Hawaii's nice this time of year.
You got it.
Yeah, Mew. Yeah. And it's like, it's not a good game for a first playthrough. I think we all did, yeah. So I ended up in your stream that one time. We played Resistance together and then we all left and ended. And I was still on mic with you as you started your stream, which was weird. Oh, it feels like it sometimes, like, goddamn. And now we're all older and sillier and more willing to talk about our hatred of pants.
This game is not over yet. Now you will see what real terror is all
Well, I know plenty of people who will absolutely defend the hell out of Code Veronica as, like, their favourite. As, like, their favourite RE game. Amber92 does it. Klim defends it regularly. The Burpee Ninja, who's a regular in here, defends it. Teak will defend it. And it's like, they've put the time into it. I feel like we're at the point now where they've played it often enough that they're just used to it. They know it back to front. And it's like, great, that's all well and good, but for a new player, no. And even as a player who's done it before, even as a veteran, like, there are so many things that just irritate me with this game. I'm just gonna have my VMU up here so I can see what my health is. I miss using my Dreamcast. I love this musical piece though, this is such a good track. Regular of the stream, Flame Scion, who was in here earlier but has left to get groceries, has done this game twice, knife only.
What was wrong?
Oh, nothing. Just a giant cockroach that had to be stepped on.
Probably. Probably. But it looked good, is the point. I didn't move, and I knocked him out.
It's flying in autopilot mode. I can't switch over to manual control.
My apologies, but I cannot let you escape now.
If my Dreamcast emulator wasn't like so good at doing Dreamcast emulation, I would be absolutely down to just bust my Dreamcast out again because it's such a good system. I love playing my Dreamcast. But this Dreamcast emulator is fantastic. And ultimately there's not really a need for it when I've got other consoles taking up rooms out of the box. Out of boxes. Steve is into older women, confirmed. And aren't we all? Gets a whiff of that Steve breath and he's like, Like mind conscious. Steve has never been aid. Life. Fuck.
Hey, where are we?
Huh?
Latitude 82.17 degrees. That's the Antarctic. We're over the Antarctic.
What?
I'm 4 balls deep. I don't care.
Hey, those are the seaplanes that left the island right before us.
Then that must mean this place belongs to Umbrella.
Well, yeah, if you want, like Clint, if you want code, if you want to go through Code Veronica's story with any kind of logic, that logic has to go out of the window as soon as we hit Antarctica, because they should die in Antarctica just from exposure. And let me see this real quick. That is Code Veronica Disc 2. There it is. It could be a fun remake. I'd be down for it. Steve would not hold on for the Alexander Blake. Steve would lose fingers. Steve would lose feeling in his fingers before getting onto that helipad.
Hey, wake up, Steve.
Oh. We're still alive.
I feel like they keep their outfits here for 2 reasons. Because it looks cool, and because they didn't want to make models for these characters in different costumes. Bear in mind that Code Veronica is also, I think, like the first RE game in the main series that didn't have alternate costumes.
Oversized freezer.
Right.
I think they might have alternate costumes in battle mode. I don't remember. Because, honestly, who's playing battle mode? I think Steve's 17, MC. But it's also fine because Claire never comes on to Steve. Why does he sound 12? But yeah, it reminds me of Thunderball, starring Sean Connery as James Bond, where there was the big stunt of the pre-title sequence, the pre-credit title sequence, is James Bond escapes from the mansion, like the castle mansion thing he's in, with a jetpack, which was a real jetpack. It actually works. It was a real thing from the time. Kind of a fascinating thing. And the producers were like, it could only be flown. It was a real. Organize the thoughts into a line. It was a real thing, like a real actual jetpack. Yeah, MC knows. Created by the US Air Force, and there were 2 people qualified to fly it. And the guy they had to fly it demanded that he would not fly it without wearing the helmet, the safety helmet. And the producers were like, no, James Bond doesn't wear a helmet. And it's like, well, you're not getting the stunt, man. I'm the only guy here who can do this. We're putting the helmet on. Which is why James Bond puts the helmet on for it. Because they needed it for continuity, because the guy would not do the stunt without the helmet. It's grey helmet. Thinking about it, it's kind of surprising they didn't just have a helmet modeled to look like hair from a distance. The silliest thing about that entire stunt, though, is the way it's filmed. It looks like the jetpack is just, yeah, like a hair helmet. Yeah. The way it's filmed, it looks like the jetpack is actually being lifted by a crane off screen. Hit the Concords. Now I'm thinking of Flight of the Amazon Queen. God damn, I fucking hate these moths. Like, here's your fun thing for you, MC. You get past Plane Siren, and it gets worse. These moths that you cannot kill. That are all... Like, you can kill them, but they will respawn in this corridor that will lay eggs on you that have a good chance of poisoning you. This game gets worse in its second half. Good. No poison. And this is always where I'm like, I don't want to play Code Veronica anymore. And like, I've beaten the other Resident Evil games, like the main Resident Evil games. I've done like RE1, both scenarios on stream. I've done RE2, all 4 scenarios countless times. I've done RE3 numerous times on stream. Like, Code Veronica is the only classic RE game I have only beaten on stream once. And it's generally because I dislike playing the second half. I pressed the wrong button for the trigger again. And my finger was on the D-pad, which pushed us over here. I was holding X to run, which is confirming this menu. And it's loaded me on this save state we had. It's fine. We weren't going to finish the game anyway. Look what I still have. This is from when we, this is from the one time I completed this on stream. I don't mind tank controls. Like, we had this discussion with, Alright, we'll be here when you get back. Like, that's the trick with this thing. You run through and let it drop. And then while it's lifting back up, you grab whatever you're after doing. That's gonna drop again, isn't it? No, it's done. That's dumb. Yeah, I remember I had these here because I can give these to Claire and then she can defend herself. But this is not an endgame weapon. So it doesn't matter if I never get them back. Danger already. That sounds like a terrible idea, Quinn. Particularly because you get limited ammo for them and you never get a reload. That is 4 balls. Are we finishing this game? I don't think we are. Even this, I don't think we're finishing this game. I don't care about this cutscene. Oh, we get to see Wesker get bitch slapped. The version of the cutscene people never get to see.
Alexia. Come with me. You're responsible for the creation of the Veronica virus. And now the only existing
yeah, around about that.
Body.
There's a bunch more running around we have to do here, and I don't really want to.
You want it?
You are not worthy of its power. So the question here is, Alexia Ashford post-transformation, yes or no? And this is why we need a remake, so we can give a definitive answer on that.
Whoa, what power!
Especially after. Especially Lisa. But especially Bard. I do like this change, though. Or rather, I like this before the change in Code Veronica. Of like, Wesker doesn't even turn around like, Chris, since you're one of my best men, it's like, I'm gonna run away because I'm beaten here. And I love that. like I say, 6 shots with the Magnum. The problem is, like, especially on your first playthrough, you're probably not getting the Magnum. Looks like minor graphical glitches on the jewels. That's fine, though. That's probably an emulation issue. That's fine. You say the girl's bosom, but she was wearing a choker, which would be about here-ish. So I would say that's not the girl's bosom. I would say that's the girl's neck. And you need to stop thinking about young girls' bosoms, Chris. Chris doesn't know what a bosom is. He heard the word once, now he uses it to describe everything to do with any kind of female. You might think, oh, don't you mean any kind of woman? Isn't it a little weird to say female? I mean like, non-human females. Alexia's talking about Queen Ants, and Chris is like, yeah, the Queen Ant's bosom. And Alexia just looks at him. They're like, what? Dude, what's wrong with you? Alright, so this takes us back to where Claire is. So this is, like, goal territory. But I need the dragonfly pieces first. Oh yes, the key to the sterile room. This is a save room without an iron box, and that frustrates me. Why can't I find that first aid spray again? Like, what the hell? Taking this. By this point, I should have dragonfly wings in the item chest. Oh, yeah, I remember what I need for these. So I need to go and turn the power off. So I can get the eyes out of the tiger statue. Which, for some reason, Chris doesn't think to just use both hands to get those eyes out at the same time. No, we have to go and turn off the power to the entire base. Yeah, as far as Wesker goes in Code Veronica, like OG Code Veronica, I find it kind of hilarious. What is this, red, green, and blue? 3 different sides, but this is 3 greens. I find it hilarious in Code Veronica that Wesker, while he's been here, in OG Code Veronica, he only really interacts with Chris. So for this entire thing, Wesker's been talking shit, going on about how much better he is than Chris, choked Chris out and threw him at the tube that had that last Bandersnatch in, and then comes up against Alexia, is immediately outclassed and beaten down, and then runs away and we don't see him again for the rest of the game. And I find that hilarious. Like, that is so funny to me. What could this hook be used for, says Chris, who should know exactly what it would be used for. And like, I'm thinking to myself, Chris should know exactly what it'd be used for because of his experience in Resident Evil 1. But no, Chris should know exactly what it's used for because of his experience in this game, where he got the shotgun from a set of hooks like this. And it's like, Chris, are you a moron? Yes. Alright, what goodies do we have? More Magnum rounds. Yeah. I should have dragonfly wings. There we go, that's all 4 then. Flame rounds can go in here. The submachine guns that I went out of my way for and then never used. All this handgun ammo. Sterile key. Looking back on this, like, this must have been a really good playthrough I did. I say must have been because I don't remember it. I did it and it was like less than a year ago, and I don't remember it. Just in case there are hunters. Okay, so we have 4 dragonfly wings. I need the 2 jewels, and I think that'll be it. I think that's the last thing I need before I go to Alexia. Before I go to Final Alexia. So what's left now is figuring out where the power is. Which is something I'm gonna have to rediscover because I don't freaking remember. This is why you don't do Resident Evil games in sessions that are like a good amount of time apart. You do them close together. That's crazy. I have 2 knives in the box. So that's a 3rd knife. This game has 3 knives. So I need to turn the power off to get both eyes out of this statue. Because Chris won't just use both hands. The power was already off. It's not so we can free Claire. Why are you here? Where the fuck did you come from? Does Chris start with a knife? It's just gone. It's terrible. Might get to take the knife out of the metal detector box. But if Chris starts with a knife, that wouldn't be a question. That wouldn't be an issue. I thought there was a 2nd knife for that. I didn't think there was a 3rd knife. I'm guessing you know it because you've forgotten the knife. Yeah. Yeah, Steve died. We accidentally loaded the save state from, like, the last time I completed this. The only time I completed this on stream. And now we're just rolling with it. So Steve is dead. We ran around Steve. Which is the pro tip. The pro tip to not die or have to use a healing item during the run from Steve is to run around Steve. But I didn't do it perfectly, so I got hit by Steve while running around him and had to heal. But yeah, you're gonna get to see the ending now. Nobody will do it well enough to get it. Like, you remember, like, one of the main things I remember from when we did this last year is, like, I remember the save state there was entirely so... It wasn't out of fear of getting crushed. It was entirely so that I could try and run around Steve, and we wouldn't have to worry about dying for it. And I didn't manage... Why did I not have the fucking thing? I knew I needed it. Why didn't I have it? And I didn't manage to do it well enough. That other one's a blue herb, isn't it? Is it? No, I thought the one on the left was a blue herb. So yeah, let's finish this though, so Mr. Charisma can finally see the ending. But yeah, confirmed it. 6 magnum shots to first Alexia. Puts her down. The issue, especially on a first playthrough, is whether or not you're going to have the magnum. Because, like we talk about the soft lock possibilities in a first playthrough, it's entirely possible and very likely that on your first playthrough you will not be able to get the magnum. Because this game is fucking nonsense. To get the magnum, you need to take the fire extinguisher you use right near the start of the game. Most people will dump it in the metal detector box and never come back for it. But if you put it in the item box, when you get to Antarctica as Chris, you can take it out of the item box and refill it. And then you use it to put out a fire, which is blocking your entrance to where the magnum is. You wouldn't. That's the entire thing with this game. Which is why most people get to the end and don't have the magnum, and also don't have the resources to do Final Alexia. So I'm going, as is often the case with me on Resident Evil, I'm going into the final battle with a lot of healing items. But I feel like in Code Veronica it's justified, because Code Veronica wants to make use of the game having 3D backgrounds. And so it brings up the first-person aiming again with the linear launcher, like it did with the sniper rifle during the fight with Nosferatu. And it's awful in a different way to that fight was. So here we go. Yep, this game. But here's the fun thing though, Mr. Charisma. Like, we've been doing the 10 years of Resident Evil series,
Is that you, Claire?
that was redeemed.
Chris?
And the idea is I play through every game released in the Resident Evil series between 1996 and 2006. And I finished this game. I did not finish Resident Evil 0 because I was like, I don't want to do this. This is so boring. Like I said, I think in a first playthrough, 0 is better than Code Veronica. In a repeat playthrough, Code Veronica shines above 0.
Can you unlock it from the inside?
No, I can't. should be a self-destruct
Look at the size of
system
Chris's
somewhere.
hair.
If you activate it, all the electronic locks might be deactivated.
In the Code Veronica movie, the part of Chris Redfield would be played by Clint Hazard. Crush that roll. All you need to do is have no personality. So open it. So open it. Just be yourself. Just be yourself with, like, slightly shorter hair. Chris and your dumb fat hands. This isn't a good game. Who makes keyboards like this? It's not big enough. The hair was too big to fit. Welcome back, Nelson. Veronica.
This facility will
This is probably the most reasonable self-destruct sequence in any Resident Evil game, though. Like, you set the self-destruct sequence, and all the doors unlock. Like, that's crazily reasonable for Umbrella. No, Wesker is in this. He appears much less in OG Code Veronica than Code Veronica X. And when he has the confrontation with Alexia on the stairs, instead of it being somewhat maybe even,
let's get out of here.
Alexia beats the shit out of him and Wesker runs away and doesn't appear for the rest of the game. Like an absolute coward. So Clem, I'm going to ask you again. Yes or no? You see Alexia do this? Yes or no?
Okay, turn the key clockwise simultaneously on 3.
Got it.
One, 2.
I don't think there are that many holes. I'm not going to disagree about the lubricant, I just don't think there are that many holes.
Warning. The safety valve will not be released until charging is complete.
I'll keep her busy.
I do think it's kind of a disappointment that Alexia doesn't demonstrate any personality after she transforms. That would be something I hope a remake would change. Because the entire point of her cryostasis was so that she'd still be able to control the T. Veronica virus, it wouldn't diminish her intelligence or anything. Far too much personality. So, Clem, I'm going to ask you again. Yes or no? Albert did, yeah. So this part's not fun. We thought this was what you answered before. This one's... So what was the part before where her, like, she was doing the whole my head is coming out of this piece thing? Christ. The plant penis is delivering her. The problem with killing the small things first, Nelson, is that takes time and ammo. Both of which we don't have a whole lot of. And she'll just spawn more. God, go on to the final phase already, jeez. Let me double check that on the stream feedback. Okay, so I was in caution, and then it was said danger after I died. I do absolutely appreciate that Code Veronica has a continue system. It isn't perfect, it is far from perfect. But, like... Alright, let's go. Up yours, Florence. I did this first time when we did this last year, though. No, it is not QWERTY and it is weird. Like, Umbrella doesn't believe in QWERTY. It's just been revoked. I'll have what he's having. One of the biggest issues I've always had with classic R8 is that while you are being damaged, you cannot go into the menu to heal. Inefficient engineers, Nelson, like, oof. That's the understatement of the century for Umbrella. God damn it, go into the final phase. Jeez. And now, if you can believe it, it gets worse. Like, wait, there's more! Well, now, and you'll receive a terrible first-person shooter section for absolutely free! You notice how the linear launcher, despite its size, is only one slot though? Third try. So in Code Veronica X, this sequence is chopped up because
Chris,
they inserted a whole Wesker sequence here. So you don't see Claire go through the elevator, and you don't see Chris jump down the stairs to the elevator. That's the thing, Nelson. The final shot against Alexia is always a lucky shot.
Chris!
Hey, you know that I always keep my promises.
Whips later, the place is about to explode.
Chris, promise me. Please promise that you won't leave me alone again.
Claire, you're
sorry,
18,
Claire,
grow
but it's
up.
not over yet. There's still something we've got to do.
It's fine.
You
He didn't
mean-
land on
It's payback
the plane,
time.
like with the plane between
We've
his
gotta
legs.
destroy
He
Umbrella.
landed on his stomach,
Now,
so he's
let's
just
finish
lost
this
like
once
4
and for
ribs.
all.
And that is why Umbrella is responsible for the ice caps melting. Just like Marilyn Manson would have done. It's the fun thing to me to bring up like multiple times. At the end of RE2 it's like, hey, it's up to us to take out Umbrella. And at the end of RE3 it's like, Umbrella is going down. And in this it's like, we're heading out to take down Umbrella. And then RE4 comes out and it's like, Umbrella went bankrupt because the US shut down all trading on the stock market for them. Like, there's the particular thing with this though, like Chris's line there and Alfred's line earlier when it's like Alfred gets into the Harrier and flies off and it's like, now I'll show you what real terror is all about. And you think he's going to attack you with the Harrier, and he doesn't. With Chris, is like, let's go take down Umbrella, and the action music swells, and they fly off, and the base behind them explodes, and you think they're just about to fly to Umbrella headquarters and start strafing it, and like launching missiles at it, and they absolutely don't. It's so dumb. There he is, Burt Wesker. You know, you say that, Nelson, and like, I think the best example of that is RE1. Like, OG RE1's credits are unbelievable. Like, that prog rock track that starts playing when you finish RE1 is just amazing. I think the only one that really has the proper kind of tone is probably RE3's ending theme. Still Dawn. Still Dawn is just amazing. There's no good reason why RE1 should end with that track. Clem's right though, they replaced this ending track for Code Veronica X. It's always got me here of like, Chris is in a different outfit now, and Claire's wearing the same thing. And it's like, Claire, that thing is covered in blood and sweat and feces and like tentacle slime and Steve. Game opens with that hard rock too. Yeah, the game opens with the hard rock, but then it has like 3 or 4 hours of actually really good soundtrack pieces that really fit. Like, people forget just how good RE1's soundtrack is. And then the game ends and it's like Still Dawn, and it's so ridiculous. Beautiful women smell the same way as everybody else do, Nelson, with their nose. I feel like that's worse than the rank I got when we did this last year with this file. I feel like last year we got a C. Battle game. If I reset this now, like if I go back to disc 1, am I still going to have the save file I made at the end of disc 1? I didn't save anything there. Excellent. I could play Battle Game, but I don't want to play more of this. And I've generally never had interest in that stuff. Like, I've done Extreme Battle in RE2, like, once. And that was on stream. I don't have a whole lot of interest in these bonus modes in any Resident Evil game. I don't know. Battle game, like Mercenaries traces its history back all the way to the original Resident Evil game. Is the way it all works. Raid mode is in the Revelations games, Clem. It's very well regarded, especially in Revelations 2. It's considered like the best part of the game. Fourth Survivor in RE2, yeah. Like, Mercenaries as a concept goes back to OG RE1. But specifically the Saturn version. Map isn't linked as normal, yeah. Like, it's really kind of crazy. Because, like, there was the Extreme Battle mode in the Extreme Battle game in the Saturn version of RE1. And that's where they had, like, Zombie Wesker and the Gold Tyrant. And then DualShock RE2 had EX Battle mode. And then that was refined again in RE3 with the Mercenaries Mad Jackal. And then Battle Game in Code Veronica. And then when we hit RE4, it became Mercenaries as we know it today. But the concept of these modes goes back to RE1. RE6 modes. RE6, like, RE6 gets a lot of hate. And a lot of it's understandable. It's a rough game. It's not super great. But you play Mercenaries and you really get to grips with how RE6 works in terms of movement and attack options and such, and you realize exactly the kind of game they were trying to make with RE6. RE6 Mercenaries is where RE6 shines. Like, it's absolutely insane. Holly, the anatomist lab, go up the stairs, you're in the Antarctic base. Too much, not all of it well. Not really much of it well. Yeah. Still need to do RE6 on this stream. It will be the 5th time I've completed RE6. All the way through. So what I do? I did it originally when it first came out. I did it with a friend of mine. And then the second time I did it with my ex. And then the third time I did it with another friend of mine. And then the 4th time I did it with Foxhound Cat on her stream. Yeah, way back when it first came out. Like, I unlocked Ada. Back on the PS3, because I got RE6 launch day. And, like, I did co-op with a friend. And we unlocked Ada, and I did the Ada campaign on my own, and it was awful. And that was back before the update they added that made Ada available from the beginning also added a co-op partner for Ada to play with, so you could play Ada on co-op. Yeah, the agent, who can't do anything. And I first played through Ada's campaign as agent with my ex. I think I did it with Foxhound Cat. Yeah. I think when Foxhound Cat and I did it on her stream, we did do the Ada campaign. The main thing I remember from that stream is when I accidentally ran... There's the second chapter of the Jake Sherry campaign. There's a bridge in that chapter that's really thin, and enemies are driving around in snowmobiles, and I had taken one of the snowmobiles and I drove across the bridge, and Cat was on the bridge, and I ran Cat over and killed her, and it was so funny. And that's all I remember of it. It was one of the funniest things. It might have even been made into a clip, but if it was, 'cause I remember looking back on the footage and seeing that, and like it. Cat's internet was struggling at that point, so like the stream, it's almost impossible to make out what's going on. Stealth for one chapter. Yeah, it feels like Ada's campaign's trying to mix in everything, and it does none of it well. But when we get to RE6, my idea for years at this point, and probably a big part of the reason why we haven't done RE6 yet, is to have a different co-op partner for each campaign. So I think Clem is going to be joining me on the Chris campaign, because we did RE5 together, and Clem is going to be peers for that. I think Amber wanted to join me for the Leon campaign. I think Flame or Ninja wanted to join me for Jake and Sherry. I don't know, actually. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it'll be you. I don't know. I think the only thing that is actually set is that Clem's going to be joining me for Chris. Because Chris is not super fun, but like me and Clem will make it fun. We'll absolutely do the over-the-top macho nonsense that will make it like so memorable. Yeah. It's like we'll make it fun and dumb and stupid, and it'll be so entertaining. Has no hands, can't open doors. Has no mouth, cannot speak. Has no butthole, cannot poop. It's better than Shake and Share. They all have their ups and downs. Like there are sequences in the Chris campaign I absolutely despise. Chapter 2 of Jake and Sherry, just the entire thing, hate. But I also really don't like Chris's Chapter 2. And so much of Chris's campaign is just going through, like, bombed out buildings and, like, tightly packed urban areas. that have very repeating visual designs, and it's really not all that interesting. Planned it to be honk from the get-go, yeah. Clem, do you own RE6 on PC? Because if not, I'll buy you RE6 for PC. Identical bombed out buildings, yeah. It's weak. The snow level. It's so bad in the blizzard, and then like you get out of the blizzard, you get into a cabin, and then it's a really bad shootout in the cabin, and then you get out of it, and you're doing a snowmobile chase, and that's really bad, and then you end up in the caves, and it's the whole stealth section from Oosternack, and that's really bad. And then the running escape where you've got to close the doors and everything behind you, and that's really bad. Like, that second chapter of Jake and Sherry is awful. Let me see if Green Man Gaming still has their summer sale on. The instant death snowmobiles. Ah, there it is. It's still on sale on Green Man Gaming. Maybe I'll buy it for you, Clem. Yeah, thanks for popping in, Clem. I'm glad we were able to finish this before you had to leave. Thanks so much for joining us, buddy. We'll catch you next time. And with that, I think it's pretty much time for us to go. All of Simmons' silly forms that span 2 chapters. You fight him in chapter 4 and chapter 5 of Leon's campaign. And then again in chapter 5 of Ada's campaign. And, like, I'll give it credit in chapter 4. The fight with Simmons on the train is kind of exciting. The dinosaur fight in the lobby of the building that is an umbrella is not. Yeah, the Ada bit where she lies there and Leon holds her and gets stabbed in the back multiple times. And if you're playing as Helena, all she can do is stand there and if you're playing as Helena, all she can do is stand there with hopefully a sniper rifle and shoot at Simmons from a nearby window. I really want to do RE6 now. Like, there's so much to talk about with it. The crazy thing is with like RE6 though, like it's big. It took me like, I think my first playthrough doing all the campaigns was a little over 24 hours. That's 150% of the game. Like, it's big, and it doesn't feel unfinished. It feels unpolished a lot. There's a lot of stuff that's repeated a bunch. Especially with Ada. Like, her first chapter is unique, and then the rest of the chapters feel like you're going through other people's chapters. And you are. But it's a complete game. And there's fun to be had with it. I wouldn't want to play it solo, but like, if you've got a co-op partner who is competent and is down to have a dumb time, RE6 is some of the best fun you can have with that kind of thing. Like, RE5, like, you were playing RE5 with Geneticist, weren't you? I believe it was Geneticist. The jet stuff for Chris. Ugh. And like, RE5 is a solid game. It's a better made game than RE6. But things don't go wrong as dumbly in RE5 as they do in RE6. So while RE5 is the better game, there are moments where you can have more fun with RE6. Not the whole game. Like, on the whole game, you'll probably enjoy 5 more. But there are moments in RE6 that are just such dumb fun. Like, you want to talk about crazy stuff. We were talking about earlier, Flame Scion, friend of the stream, I'll be his name. And how he was talking about how he's done this game twice, knife only. And another friend of the stream, Magic Core, how will be his name, did RE6 twice on co-op with his brother on the hardest difficulty mode, the difficulty mode they added in that update that made Ada playable from the start and added the agent as a character. Did it twice on the hardest difficulty mode with his brother on co-op, handgun only. Did it twice on stream. I was there, it was crazy, yeah, no hope. I was there, he did it, it was insane. Like, Magic, super cool dude. Absolutely insane when it comes to, like, doing these difficulty runs. Co-op is generally always more fun, but there are some games that it can't make fun, if you get what I'm saying. Because like Clem and I did a few years back, we had a little thing going on Mondays where we were doing co-op games for a little while. The intention was originally to go through all of Halo. We were doing like Halo. The intention was to do Halo from 1 to Reach. But Halo 2 on the Master Chief Collection has an issue where it will regularly disconnect you from online co-op, which it turns out is a known issue. And so we never got past Halo 2. So we did Halo, we did the first few levels of Halo 2 before we just had to stop. And then we did Gears of War. And let me tell you, Gears of War was so boring. And like it's because of the age, and it was good at the time, but nowadays the only thing Gears of War has, which was enough at the time because it was new and interesting, but all it has is the cover-based system. It's where the modern system of cover-based shooters came from, like take cover behind a wall, hold the trigger to peek up and shoot. It's where it started. And at the time, it was fun and new and interesting. But games have done that so much more now, with so many more interesting mechanics around it, that going back to that and having that be all there was really boring. Half-Life 2 was really impressive when it came up for its physics engine. Now it's just a fun game with a strong narrative that ends on a cliffhanger, and they should really have resolved that cliffhanger. That said, personally, and it's probably a specific part of my interest in just game development and design history, Half-Life 2 is less impressive in hindsight than Half-Life 1. That's probably Syndicate. Like, I remember that being something that was really nice playing through Assassin's Creed Syndicate. That you could get a grappling hook that would take you from like the bottom of a building to the top. It was like, great, I don't have to spend like 20 seconds climbing this. It goes down to like 3. And that was nice, and they never brought it back. Arkham Asylum had a different method of like climbing, though. That's the thing. Should have done it early. The reason they didn't, and I think once they had it, it was really apparent why they didn't do it sooner, is because it makes the climbing a non-issue. And so the solution they've had since then is to do time periods where buildings like that aren't a thing. Where climbing tall buildings like that is not a thing. Like, we've been doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, like, during the daytime when I'm doing some chill day streams. And the only time you ever climb stuff like that is very rare, and it's just temples. Yeah, I feel like with Assassin's Creed, it was a little more reasonable. Like, once it was added, you could see why they hadn't done it sooner. And sometimes developments like that, the things that make a lot of sense, just like, there's a reason they're not there. Got a few hours in a Black Flag and stopped. Honestly, like, the future story is still there. The latest one I've played is Odyssey, which they've only done one since then, as Valhalla, where they've wrapped up the current piece of the future story. But every time they go back to the future story, it loses its interest for me. And I feel like a big part of that is since the ending of Assassin's Creed 3 and like the culmination of Desmond's plot, they haven't had any idea of what to do. They basically mostly did. Yeah, where they kill him. And Juno's released, and it's like, oh, Juno's going to be a big threat in the future. And Juno makes little appearances here and there throughout future games. Black Flag, she makes one very small appearance right at the end of the game, in the modern plot. I don't think she appeared at all in Unity. There's a side piece where she appears in Syndicate, where all of a sudden you're playing as a character during World War One era London. And then she just never appeared again. And it turns out they killed her in the comics. The resolution of the big plot set in motion in Assassin's Creed 3 that was supposed to be like the next step of the main plot, they just ended it in the comics. I think, like, at this point, they don't want to have an ending because then you have to end games. They don't. At this point, especially with the future plot going nowhere, and like, I've beaten Assassin's Creed Odyssey before, and the future plot goes nowhere. It doesn't lead to anything. The point of it doesn't matter. And I've heard where it ends up in Valhalla. And the resolution of the character you play as, like the modern character you play as in Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla. And it's pointless, and you spend so little time as them. It's always like, cool, you've pulled me out of the story you're actually telling to not tell a different story. If you get what I'm saying. And that was it. So I think, like, the smartest thing they could do is just drop the modern plot. Do something with it. Have a game, have an Assassin's Creed game set in the modern day and make a modern plot, or drop it. And just have Assassin's Creed be an anthology series set throughout history. Here's something else I'm going for him. Well, it's not going to be Far Cry. Not heard good things about Far Cry 6, and after Far Cry 5, I don't want to play Far Cry 6. It isn't going to be Rayman, because they keep not doing anything with it. It isn't going to be Beyond Good and Evil, because they still have not released Beyond Good and Evil 2. At this point, it's probably Rainbow Six Siege. I didn't play Watch Dogs Legion. I didn't play Watch Dogs. I didn't play Watch Dogs Legion. I played Watch Dogs 2. And Watch Dogs 2 did not make a good first impression. But I stuck with it for some reason, and I ended up quite enjoying it. And at the end of it, I was like, I don't need more Watch Dogs. 2 was fun. I enjoyed what I played of Watch Dogs 2. But I don't need more Watch Dogs after Watch Dogs 2. Yeah, I don't know, like... Assassin's Creed, I think Assassin's Creed, the best thing to do with it is to just look at it as anthology. Ignore the settings you have no interest in. Play the settings that you do have an interest in. And when the modern day plot pops up, just roll with it as best you can because it ain't going anywhere. Like, I played... I did do all Black Flag. I finished Black Flag. I enjoyed Black Flag well enough. The pirate stuff was really enjoyable. The story was nice and interesting, and the idea of the main character not being an assassin for so much of the game, for like refusing to be an assassin for so much of the game, was kind of interesting. Yeah, and put so much interesting stuff in the modern plot. Yeah, if they hadn't made that an important crux of the first... It's not 3 games, or is it like 6? It's 1, 2, Brotherhood, Revelations 3, so first 5. If they hadn't like made that such an important part of the plot, the point, and then Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag feels like it might be following up in a weird way, and then it doesn't. It ends with teases about what might be coming. But the meta idea of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag was kind of interesting. Where you're working for Abstergo, which is definitely not Ubisoft Montreal. That was kind of interesting. But also the idea of a modern-day video game company in, what was it, like 2012, 2013... that has one IP was a little silly. I was like, yeah, we put out like 8 games from this one series, and it's the only thing we make. They made a little meta joke out of the whole thing, but it was also kind of interesting. And as you go forward in that game, it starts to get a little more sinister, and things start getting weird. And it was honestly one of the more interesting parts of it. And then Assassin's Creed Rogue kind of follows that part up, which was also interesting, but Assassin's Creed Rogue doesn't have like a proper modern day story to go with it. It's clearly just made from repurposed assets from like 3 and Black Flag. Won't find documents, yeah. But yeah, the Golden Age of Piracy was kind of interesting. And the characters, I liked a lot of the characters in Black Flag. I liked the world of Black Flag. It was fun to go through. Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, the one where you play as a black woman, was interesting entirely because it was on Vita. Story-wise, they do this whole thing with it of the game presents you with the plot, but the plot is a lie by Abstergo, and you have to uncover the real plot. And I wasn't really into that, because the way they did it was really obtuse and not super fun. Rogue is basically more Assassin's Creed 4 kind of, but closer in time period to Black Flag. It's not as interesting as 3 or 4, story-wise, and the idea of it, which was interesting, like, you're an assassin who leaves the Assassins to become a Templar, and I was like, cool, are we going to see how that works? Like, the interesting idea of that, are we going to be a person who becomes evil? And it's like, no, the Assassins you're working for are just horrible people, and the Templars who take you in are reasonable, and that's it. That's the crux of it. So that was disappointing. Assassin's Creed Unity was interesting conceptually because it's the French Revolution. Again, it had the opportunity to set something up of like assassins being villains or being in the wrong, because like the core of the Templar assassin conflict at that point was freedom versus control, and the French Revolution at its core is freedom unchecked. The execution of the aristocracy, rampant corruption of public power. And there was an interesting idea there, and they dropped the ball with it, and Unity is one of the dullest games in the series as a result, even after it was fixed to make it actually work. It was one of the dullest games in the series. Syndicate was a lot simpler. Syndicate is mostly about a gang war in London, in Victorian London, and the setting is simpler. There's no grand historical piece going on in the background. You play as a brother and sister assassins who decide to go to London and make a gang to take down a high-ranking Templar there, and that's it. That's the big plot point. And it's simple, and they work in characters there. They make the characters work within a story that's ultimately a smaller scale, and it's kind of more interesting, and the gameplay is more enjoyable than it was in Unity. And then after that, they took the break, and Assassin's Creed wasn't going to be coming out yearly after that, and Origins hit. And Origins bored me. I did not enjoy Origins. Let's just talk about back. I can't blame you, honestly. Origins, like, what was it with Origins? The new style of gameplay, which they label as an RPG, and it's the modern Western style of RPG, where numbers get bigger, and you have to loot, like, armor and weapons and such. And there's levels and scaling, and the Egyptian setting wasn't particularly interesting to me, and I didn't like the main character. I played Assassin's Creed Origins up until the title pops up on the screen. It goes Assassin's Creed Origins, which was like 2 hours. 3 hours. And at that point, I realized I was really bored. And I quit. And so I eventually picked up Odyssey, which came after that. And that was entirely because I was interested in the setting. And Odyssey, to my mind, bear in mind, like, this stream we're doing of Odyssey during daytimes when I'm free, is my second playthrough. And it's super casual going through it. But I enjoy the setting of Odyssey a lot more. It is... like, the ancient Greek setting is more interesting, but the story and the characters also feel more interesting and more fleshed out in a way that I actually care about. Yeah, Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla are all that. Apparently the new one coming out, Mirage, is going to be different, but like I said, I'm approaching these as anthologies at this point, where I don't care about the overarching story, I'm interested in settings, and then get me interested in the characters from that. So I don't care about Dark Ages England, so I'm not picking up Valhalla. I don't care about Baghdad at whatever point in history, so I'm not picking up Mirage. And that's kind of that. Like I say, to try and get back into Assassin's Creed, I think the best way would be to just try and pick up a setting. Pick a setting that interests you. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Red. We'll see how that goes, but I'm not sure what's going on with it. But there's also the thing of, like, I mentioned this recently when I thought of it, when I was doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Like, you think back to, like, Assassin's Creed 2 and stuff, and, like, I don't care about Renaissance Italy. It's not a piece of history I had a whole lot of interest in before I played Assassin's Creed 2. But Assassin's Creed 2 helped create at least a minor interest in Renaissance Italy. And in particular, there'd be stuff like you'll go through areas as like, oh, there's a famous historical building or a famous historical landmark or whatever, and then you'd get some detail about that. You could go into the glossary or whatever, and there'd be information about it, relevant historical information for the time and where it's at today. And it was educational, it was interesting. And Assassin's Creed Odyssey has all, like, so many landmarks that you'll go through, and like location added, this little location, and it's nothing major. It's like not like a major building or anything. It's just like a landmark. Like, here, this experience for walking near it. Cool. Is there any information I can find in the game about what this is or what any of it means? No. Okay. Do I have to go into discovery mode to find that? Because I don't want to do that. And you're kind of missing the point of what worked with your previous games. Ezio's the example I hold up of why the main character of Origins didn't work for me. Because they set him up, and they set up the crux of the plot, and it's a revenge plot again. Like, Ezio wants to get revenge for the murder of his family. And the main character of Origins, they set it up, and they take like an hour or so to actually tell you what's going on. And it's that the main character's son was murdered by a cult, and he wants to get revenge on the cult. But the cult tricked him into stabbing his son. But throughout all of it, at no point did they present a character I cared about. Meanwhile, in Assassin's Creed 2, by the time Ezio's family is murdered, you give a shit. It matters to you, and it's a much better presentation, it's much better handling of that kind of conflict. We can't forget about Ezio because he was in Soul Calibur 5. Which I don't have on hand at the minute, but he was in Soul Calibur 5, so we can't forget about him. No, Yoda was 4. Yoda was Xbox 364. Darth Vader was PS3 4. Link was GameCube 2. Spawn was Xbox 2. Heihachi was PlayStation 2. And then Geralt from The Witcher is 6. But Kratos from God of War was Broken Destiny. Guest characters. Like, Soul Calibur was doing it before it was cool, and so we give Soul Calibur some leeway for that. And like, Soul Calibur 6 also has 2B from Nier Automata. But then we get stuff like Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat's been really bad for it. NetherRealm stuff has been really bad for it. MK9 gets 4 DLC characters. One of them's Freddy Krueger. MKX, most of the characters are slasher movie villains. Like, cool, but where's Baraka? Why isn't Baraka playable? Oh, you made the Xenomorph Tarkatan? Cool, where's Baraka? And then MK11's like, oh, here's Spawn and Robocop and the Terminator and Rambo and Joker, and it's like, cool, I want to play as Mortal Kombat characters. Bring Stryker back. Bring back Goro. And then MK1's not even out yet, and it's like, play as Omni-Man. Play as Homelander. It's like, you know, there was a point where I was playing Mortal Kombat games to play as Mortal Kombat characters. It's a criticism I had with the first season pass of Tekken 7. And it's like, here's Geese Howard. And like Noctis from Final Fantasy 15. And there was another one, and I don't remember. Might have been a Virtua Fighter character or something, I don't remember. And then Season 2 came out, and it was like, oh, it could have been worse. Because here's Negan from The Walking Dead. At least Geese Howard works within this idea. Plays a can of Coke and I like it. I just won't buy it. I bought MK11 and I don't care anymore. And the story modes have gotten worse. They've gotten less appealing, less interesting. And Injustice 2 had a similar problem, again from NetherRealm. Injustice 1, 6 DLC characters. You get Batgirl, cool. Zatanna, cool. Martian Manhunter, cool. Zod, cool. Lobo, fucking yes. Lobo. And Scorpion. And it's like, did we need Scorpion? And then Injustice 2 is like Raiden. Sub-Zero, like, no, don't do this. And it wasn't... Injustice 2 was not as bad as MKX or MK11. Because they added DC characters through DLC, like Darkseid was there, Atom, Enchantress, Starfire was DLC. And some of the other characters that they added were at least comic characters. Like Hellboy, at least, is a comic book character. I think it's weird that his big rock hand will shift between hands. It's called the right hand of doom for a reason. All 4 Turtles was great, and I love that they all have different personalities. I'm going to play through 9 and up. At some point, I do want to get started on playing Mortal Kombat for story reasons on this stream. And I think my starting point is going to be Deception. Like, go through Conquest mode in Deception, do Shaolin Monks. Absolutely do Shaolin Monks. Conquest mode in Armageddon. Because Armageddon, especially for 9, Armageddon feels important to me. Because 9 opens with the close of Armageddon. Oh yeah, no, I'm only doing it for the story. I'm only playing fighting games for the sake of fighting games if I'm playing them with other people. And a lot of the people I play with, or a lot of the people who are regulars in my chat that I'll play games with aren't fighting game players. And I don't have the time or effort or motivation anymore to get good at a fighting game. Like, I'll sit down and I'll play a fighting game that I put time into years ago, and I'll enjoy it. I'm not going to learn a new fighting game. But no, like, Deception had Conquest mode, and Conquest mode was kind of interesting. It's mostly a glorified tutorial, but you go across all the realms, and it was my introduction to all 6 realms. Like the first time I saw all 6. But you could arguably skip Deception. But Armageddon's story mode is... like, Armageddon's Conquest mode is kind of important. Because MK9's opening, and I really appreciate about MK9. MK9 doesn't ignore that Armageddon happened. MK9 opens, and the worst case scenario of Armageddon happened. Shao Kahn won. And it's like, oh. I also love the opening of Armageddon. The opening of Armageddon is super cool. And it's like good versus evil charging each other, and the first person to die is Lee May. And it's like, nice. Absolutely on board with that. Do not understand why she was ever considered popular. Do not understand why they're bringing her back. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not going to pick up MK1 anytime soon. Alright, I've been rambling for a while now. I should probably call this. I'm pretty much sober again. I've had 4 bottles of cider, and I'm basically sober again. You know who else they haven't used in a while? Mr. Charisma? A lot of people. Where's Manitara representation? I'm not saying other names because I can't think of any. I'm not saying other names because these names are all terrible characters. It's like, oh, where's Suha? Where's Jarek? Where's Havoc? Where is Dairu, Hotaru, Cobra, Kira? Where is Kai? Where is Kai, Mr. Charisma? I'm glad they brought Fujin back. I like that they brought Fujin back in MK11. I love his MK11 design. There should be DLC for MK12, but they won't be because there's guest characters to put in there. Like, MKX really disappointed me because there are characters that appear in the story mode. And they appear in the story mode, and they don't get playable representation. Baraka was the weirdest one because you fight Baraka. Like, you play as Devora and you fight Baraka, and it's like, okay, cool. So he's clearly got fighting moves here in the game. He's clearly been made for the game. Why isn't he playable or DLC? Because there are 2 characters you do that with that weren't in the base game. Tanya and Baraka. And they made Tanya DLC. But no Baraka. And then, like, Cabal appears in the story mode, not playable. Striker appears in story mode, not playable. Serena, they brought Serena back to have a small cameo in the story mode, not playable. I should do the Mortal Kombat streams. Like, there are words to have about Mortal Kombat. One thing that might be of interest to you, Mr. Charisma, an emulator called Fightcade. It's an emulator front end that allows you to play arcade games with rollback netcode online. So if you get yourself and a friend set up with it, you'll be able to play these arcade games multiplayer with a friend online. And I've tried it out on stream with another person, and it works really well. We played all 3 classic Mortal Kombat games. We did Alien vs. Predator. We did the X-Men arcade game. We did Darkstalkers. Fucking love Darkstalkers. We played through all of Metal Slug 1, and there were no issues. Recommend logging into that. It's super fun if you can get it working, get it set up. And once it's set up, it works so well. So I absolutely recommend that. You can probably have some fun with that on your own, with a friend. Fightcade, yeah. It's exactly how it's spelled. It's exactly what you're after. Recommend it. It's a good time if you're into classic arcade games, and you get somebody else to play it with you. Because these old arcade games, absolutely, like, top tier if you have other people play. We played Turtles in Time. all the way through. I'd never played all the way through Arcade Turtles in Time. It's crazy. I didn't realize there were levels that were added to the Super Nintendo version. It's like, it's great. Recommend it. It'd be a lot of fun. You set it up for yourself. That's a lot of fun just for you to have. But anyway, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Flame, Teak, Clem, Ninja, Cat. I'm not going to be able to find the name of that guy who joined. I think it was Lucas something. Nelson, of course. And super special friend of the stream, Mr. Charisma. Hallowed be his name. Definitely give him a check out when he comes back to streaming. Currently taking a break due to illness. But he is a super cool dude. And I'm always happy to be in his stream. Where we talk about everything. That's his face. You can see that face on his channel. Titty boob. I might not be inside. Okay, I'm either pretty tired or still a little bit tipsy. That's just making me laugh like that. Titty boob. But yeah. But yeah. With that, there's not really much else to say. Except, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.